targets are powerful tools for social transformation when designed and implemented with a gender lens. Applying principles of gender-responsive budgeting to monitor gender outcomes and assess the impacts of gender-responsive fiscal policies can contribute to sustainable development outcomes we all seek. In 2022, the Ministry of Finance, under the leadership of Honorable Minister Mwigulu, has for the first time in its public financial management reform program integrated gender targets in 3 out of the 5 strategic objectives of the strategy. This commitment provides a concrete policy-level entry point for implementing gender-responsive budgeting in Tanzania. The government has also put in place budget guidelines to ensure all ministries and agencies allocate funds to address gender issues. The future of Africa holds immense potential that cannot be realized if women and girls are left behind. Our development aspirations can only materialize through dedicated investments in gender equality, supported by policies that are sensitive to the needs of women, coupled with robust mechanisms to monitor and assess their impact in order to inform future interventions. This is a major challenge for all of us, and we need to reinforce our efforts in tapping into additional and innovative sources of financing to ensure that the realization of women's economic rights is not limited by resource constraints. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to note that this meeting's agenda will be permanent in focusing on increasing our investments in key areas vital to advancing the status of women and girls. I'm informed that during these 2 days, networking and capacity building sessions will also be held on gender-responsive budgeting for senior technical staff from the Ministries of Finance and Gender. It is my hope that you will use this platform to reinforce our national development plans and our collective global ambitions to enhance the economic rights of women across the continent. I also hope that this forum marks the beginning of sectoral dialogues to include more sectoral ministers and other stakeholders, including the private sector and CSOs. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, with these remarks, I wish you fruitful deliberations, and it is now my honor, on behalf of the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, to declare this high-level regional meeting on financing for gender equality officially opened. I thank you for your attention.
Your Excellency, Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi, President of Zanzibar and Chair of the Revolutionary Council, thank you so much for declaring this meeting open. And with your permission, we would like to proceed to take 6 photos, if that's okay, with some people from the audience. So if I can invite the camera crew to come forward. Sorry, I have another announcement. Okay, so for the first photo, we will just take the high table. So I will move to the side so that I'm not in the picture. And then coming up next, okay. So we're going to move the podium out of the way. If we can get some support from the team. Oh, no. Okay. And the first group after the high table will be Ministers of Finance. So what I will ask you to do is to come up to the stage. If you are joining the photo to your right, at the front, to the right-hand side, your right, my left, and then you will exit on the other side so we can invite the other group. So the first group is Ministers of Finance from across the continent.
Thank you so much, Ella. Asante, naona tunafanya maandalizi kidogo, Mheshimiwa Rais, tuwe radhi kidogo, tunafanya maandalizi ili picha zitoke vizuri. Picha ya kwanza kama tunavyoiona ni meza kuu. Tunaomba tafadhali tutoe nafasi kwa ajili ya hiyo picha kutoka vizuri. Picha ya kwanza ni picha ya meza kuu. Asante, naomba asante kwa ajili ya hiyo. Naomba picha ya kwanza hiyo iwe picha ya meza kuu. Asante kwa hiyo. Picha ya pili ni picha ya mawaziri wote waalikwa kutoka barani Afrika. All invited African ministers for finance and gender. Karibuni. Please join to take the second photo. As you are coming, yes please. Naomba mpite kwa kuchuku. Yes, you'll use the stairs. Then go round this way. And you'll come back through the same stairs. Asante, tunaomba that the first photo, the second photo. Yes, please, most welcome. Tunawaomba mawaziri wa Tanzania waliopo pamoja na waliopo tafadhali, na manaibu waziri kama wanaweza wakasogea kwenye meza kuu wakaungana na mawaziri wa Afrika. Please don't move. Don't. Okay. So, tunaomba mawaziri wa Tanzania pamoja na manaibu waziri sasa waweze kusogea meza kuu wakapata picha. Picha ya mawaziri kutoka Tanzania pamoja na manaibu waziri. Asante sana kwa picha hiyo. Picha inayofuata ni ya makatibu wakuu waliopo kutoka nchini Tanzania. Makatibu wakuu kutoka nchini Tanzania. The following photo now, we kindly invite permanent secretaries from Tanzania. Permanent secretaries from Tanzania to join the high table. Thank you. That is a photo joined by. We kindly request if we have any members of parliament present. Naibu Speaker, we are told. Naibu Speaker from Zanzibar, wabunge, wawakilishi wa baraza la mawaziri, mawakilishi kutoka Zanzibar, Naibu Speaker. Kama kuna wabunge wowote tafadhali wasogee kwa kupata picha na meza kuu. Karibu. Okay. Okay, so this photo is for members of parliament here in present, and thank you. The next photo, we invite all Excellence ambassadors who have joined us today, including heads of UN agencies. Excellency ambassadors who have joined us today, and heads of UN agencies.
It's good.
Heads of agencies, only heads of agencies and ambassadors, please. Welcome for a group photo. Heads of agencies and ambassadors. Heads of agencies. Could you please move to the far right or far left? Yeah. Asante, thank you so much. Now we can. Next photo. Religious leaders, viongozi wa dini. Tunafahamu tumewakilishwa na wale wawili waliotuongoza kwenye those who led us in prayers, but just in case we have any other religious leaders, warmly welcome for a group photo. Asante, as that is happening, we request representatives from civil society organizations, representatives and heads of civil society organizations that are present in this meeting, heads of civil society organizations, heads of civil society organizations, heads of civil society organizations, professional organizations, academia, heads of civil society organizations, professional organizations, academia, heads of civil society organizations, professional organizations, academia. Can you move towards your right hand side? Please move towards the right hand side. Kindly move. Kindly move. Last but not least, Secretariat. Organizing committee from the Ministry for Gender, Mainland Zanzibar, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, UN Women, Secretariat. Yes, yeah. Secretariat. Secretariat. Secretariat, you are too many. Quick, 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 please. Secretariat, quick. Please go up through here. Yes. Asanteni sana, please go back through here or the other. Asante sana. Mheshimiwa Rais, tumefika mwisho kwa sehemu ya kwanza. Tunataka kukushukuru sana. Sehemu inayofuata ina jopo. Tungependa sana kama ungeweza kushiriki. Jopo inajengea sana hotuba yako kuhusu muktadha unaohusu masuala ya uwekezaji kwenye uwezeshaji wa kijinsia, eneo ambalo na wewe umelipigia chapuo sana. Tunakutambua kama he for she. Tungetamani ungejieleza hivyo, wewe ni he for she. Perhaps the audience, we really need to applaud you for being a he for she champion. By a big applause to the guest of honor. He is one of the few he for she champion presidents in the world, not only in Africa. Please stand up, a big applause to the guest of honor as for being a he for she champion in the entire world. The next session, yes, he's taking a photo now with the Regional Director for Eastern, Central, and Western Africa, UN Women. Asante sana. Naombeni tumpigie makofi anapoondoka our he for she champion, Mheshimiwa Rais Dr. Hussein Mwinyi. Asante sana. And that marks the end. Tunaruhusiwa kufurahi, si vibaya tukacheza tukapiga kigelegele. Jinsia oye! Okay, thank you so much. A big applause to all of us for having attended this very important and unique opportunity in the African region to bring together the champions, gender ministers, and where is the money? Ministers for finance. Indeed, this is an interesting conversation. We had it all during the opening session. So let us now take our seats as we go to the next session, which is equally very interesting. This session actually builds now on the very profound and insightful speeches and remarks and greetings that we got this morning. So the session will take us, like, we have 45 minutes. This is a no-miss session. But before I get to to inviting our speakers for this session, I want to remind all of us that the day is divided in 3 or 4 major sections. The first section we just finished the opening. Now we are into the context setting. Kwa Kiswahili wanasema muktadha. Muktadha wa uwekezaji kuhusu jinsia, uwekezaji wa kijinsia, kwenye jinsia wanasema ni uchumi erevu, smart economics. Investment in on gender equality is smart economics. I cannot repeat what the different speakers and the guests of honor had to say this morning. So, after this important context setting panel, we'll move into the breakaway sessions. We'll remind each other when that time comes. We'll go to 3 breakaway groups, and then we'll go for lunch, and after lunch, we'll go back to 2 breakaway groups, and then we'll come back here for a closing. And we want to remind all of us, given the beginning, as it has been discussed and presented by all the speakers and guests of honor, we don't want to just talk and go home. We want to go home with something. So there is a communique which will be developed as part of our discussion. So as you engage in this context discussion, as you engage in the different plenaries, please make sure you are very focused in terms of your points, actions. And the biggest question is, how do we measure success? How do we move beyond saying we'll do this and that, but how do we measure success in terms of really shifting and changing the lives of women and girls in Africa? So, who is moderating the next context setting? We have 3 speakers. Can I now request that I bring forth the moderator for this session? Okay, so the session, we have 3 speakers for this session. The first one is none other than our very own sister in Africa, Maureen Gitonga. A big round of applause to Maureen. It's not enough. Our very own expert on gender macroeconomics, gender responsive budgeting, Maureen Gitonga is the Accountability Framework Lead, Generation Equality Forum from UN Women. Indeed, we cannot stress enough the importance of accountability, the importance of following up. So, Maureen Gitonga, as part of context setting, investment in gender equality as smart economics, she will deliver remarks on Generation Equality Accountability Report, 2023 results and impact stories from Africa. Then, should you all come? Yes. So please have a seat. Apologies, perhaps we'll have to remove, yes. Okay, please have a seat, Maureen. A big round of applause again to Maureen, please. Okay, thank you. So the second speaker is Dr. Monique Newiak. Dr. Monique Newiak, a big round of applause as she is Strategy, Policy and Review. She's from the Strategy, Policy and Review Department, International Monetary Fund. Maureen will present on macroeconomic impacts on gender equality and the role of gender responsive budgeting. Indeed, this is really about bringing the content on gender equality and the money. Macroeconomics impact on gender equality is the impact of macroeconomy to the gender equality. For example, we know in the past structural adjustments and others, even decisions in terms of investment and others, they do have a gender bearing. So we'll speak more about what are these macroeconomic impacts on gender equality And what is the role of gender responsive budgeting to ensure that macroeconomics indeed center issues of gender equality and women's empowerment? This morning we were reminded about care burden. We were also reminded about addressing gender-based violence as an investment, as a smart economic undertaking. The third speaker is Patricia Lavelle, Country Manager, apology if I'm not pronouncing well your Country Manager, Africa Development Bank. This is not enough. Powerful women. 3 powerful women tackling the issue of macroeconomy in Africa. Isn't it indeed a great opportunity and honor for all of us to be part of this discussion? So she's going to speak about following the money. Indeed, we are all here to follow the money, isn't it? Leveraging infrastructure financing for gender equality. So, ladies and gentlemen, invited guests, distinguished participants, a big round of applause to our 3 speakers. And then I will then invite Maureen to start, and then we'll proceed with Dr. Monique and Patricia. And if time allows, we'll have an opportunity to ask 1 or 2 questions, and then they can respond before we then move to our breakout sessions. Karibu, Maureen.
Good morning. My name is Maureen Gitonga, and I'm the Accountability Framework Lead at UN Women. The Accountability Framework is the reporting framework for generation equality, as you have heard from the previous, in the opening session. Generation equality is an ambitious global plan that has a number of actors across the globe, and essentially what I'll be doing today is to take you through the accountability framework for 2023, but more importantly with a lens on Africa. So generation equality has 4 major components. One is the commitments that have been signed upon by different commitment makers across the globe. It also has a component on what we call the blueprint targets. These are the targets and indicators that countries agreed on, to track what progress they have made from 2020, what progress they're going to make from 2021 to 2026. Then we have assessment of the global acceleration plan, and finally, the stories of impact. What's important for you to note is that in 2021, we had more than 2,000, sorry, I think there's a problem with the slides. In 2021, when Generation Equality Forum started, we had over 126 countries that signed up to Generation Equality, and over 2,800 commitments were signed upon. In addition to this, we also had what you call the Women, Peace and Security and Humanitarian Compact, where we had 206 countries that signed up to this compact. Overall, gender-based violence is the action coalition that has the highest commitment, followed by economic justice and rights, and then we have feminist movement and leadership as the 3rd highest signed upon commitment. So this really just gives you a snapshot of how generation equality is organized. I'm sorry, I think there must be a problem with the, how the numbers are looking on the slides. In 2023 was the 2nd reporting cycle for generation equality, and I'm happy to say that for this year, we actually had, the numbers doubled in terms of the response rate to commitments. We had 42% of survey responses from commitment makers, but 69% of total commitments were reported on. In 2022, We had only 31% of commitments reported on, and now we have seen a doubling of that, and that really shows you the kind of commitment that is there across the globe. We also have, the number of organizations that report are the different organization types, but what's important for you in this meeting is that multilaterals continue to be the highest number of reporting organizations, followed by philanthropic organizations, and then member states. What you have now on this slide is how the commitments are distributed across the globe. What's important for this meeting is that Sub-Saharan Africa forms 54% of commitments in generation equality, and then Northern Africa and Western Asia comprise 35% of the commitments. The regions in generation equality are divided based on the SDG sub-regions, and that's why we have Northern Africa, together with Western Asia. And in terms of share of commitments, I already mentioned that gender-based violence continues to be the highest, the action coalition that has the highest number of commitments, and then followed by economic justice and rights. In terms of key findings, 82% of reported commitments are being implemented, and this is very encouraging. We have seen in countries such as Kenya, Tanzania, and Burkina Faso, where they have robust monitoring mechanisms of generation equality. They have also been able to allocate budgets from their national budgets to really domesticate implementation of generation equality. The second thing is that 31% of reported commitments are collective commitments. In generation equality, we have certain commitments that are done collectively, such as work around care work, gender-based violence, where you have several partners that are working together towards a common initiative. And so in 2023, we were able to note that 31% of all the commitments were implemented collectively. And then 83% of commitments are reportedly integrate an intersectional lens. Generation equality has 3 components in terms of ensuring we have an intersectional lens. And so this is also being achieved. And then finally, of course, 89% of reported commitments are supporting marginalized communities. Now, on the main topic, which is the financial commitments. In generation equality overall, we have a global commitment of 47 billion US dollars that have been committed across all the countries in the world. And 20 billion has already been secured, and 9.5 billion has already been spent. Out of these financial commitments, you will see that member states and government entities continue to be the highest contributors towards generation equality, which is also very encouraging. In addition, in implementing these financial commitments, governments are implementing generation equality through 3 different approaches. One is through policy commitments. In Sub-Saharan Africa, you have 128 policies that were reported to have been implemented, 403 programs, and also 1,209 advocacy initiatives. In Northern Africa and Western Asia, you have 18 policies, you have 113 programs, and 15 advocacy initiatives. So from this data, what you see is that there is, of course, more investment in Sub-Saharan Africa across board. To narrow it down further, when you come to investments in Sub-Saharan Africa and in more than one region, we have 32 billion of the 43 billion coming actually to Sub-Saharan Africa and other regions. What this means is that for those that reported in the 2023 accountability framework, they indicated that they invested in Africa, but also in other regions, and when we totaled up the amount, it came to 32 billion US dollars. Again, 75% of these investments are directed to the Economic Justice and Rights Coalition. 16 billion of financial commitments pledged are both internal and external. What this means is that different entities are implementing generation equality within their corporate plans or strategic plans, but also have programs or initiatives that are impacting communities. But one of the biggest challenges is that only 5% of pledged commitments is going towards youth and adolescent girls. And then 10% of pledged investments are going towards collective commitments. When we come back down to sub-Saharan Africa, 70% of investments are actually directed to GBV commitments. We have $10 billion that have now been invested in sub-Saharan Africa. I must mention that the investment is mostly directed to GBV commitments if we remove one of the highest contributors, who is the World Bank. If we were to look at the World Bank investment by itself in sub-Saharan Africa, then the highest commitment would go towards economic justice and rights. $100 million of financial commitments have already been pledged for both internal and external components. But what's also important for you to note is that in sub-Saharan Africa, 83% of the commitments are coming from entities that are headquartered in sub-Saharan Africa. This means, again, we have mostly member states that have committed financially towards generation equality in sub-Saharan Africa. The other one of the biggest challenges in sub-Saharan Africa is that we actually have we have 0% of pledged investments coming from private sector. This is from the data that we have in the 2023 accountability framework. It could have been that when private sectors were reporting, they only reported on the commitments that they have implemented, but did not disclose the financial commitment. And that's why we might be having a zero at this stage. Again, the trend continues in sub-Saharan Africa. Only 6% of this $10 billion is going towards the youth and adolescent girls. In Northern Africa and Western Asia, we have a financial commitment of $17 billion that have been invested in this region. 52% of the investments are directed towards sexual reproductive health rights. Again, just like in sub-Saharan Africa, where we said we had a high commitment of the $10 billion, most of the commitment comes from the World Bank, but in Northern Africa and Western Asia, actually the highest commitment comes from Procter & Gamble. If you were to only consider the commitment of Procter & Gamble in this region, the highest investment would be, again, around economic justice and rights. So you can see a trend across board that the highest investment in Africa is actually towards economic justice and rights. 84% of pledged investments in Northern Africa are headquartered in Europe or America. That's very different from what I had said earlier, where in sub-Saharan Africa, most of the commitment is coming from locally, mainly member states, but in Northern Africa, it's coming from other regions, especially Europe and America. Again, 0% of pledged investments are coming from organizations that have solely invested in Northern Africa. What this means is that there was no commitment maker in generation equality in 2023 that indicated that they are solely investing in Northern Africa compared to sub-Saharan Africa, where you would see commitment makers saying that they were solely focusing in sub-Saharan Africa. And so, based on what I have just shared, there are three major challenges that we would want to highlight. The first is that 58% of commitment makers who reported their financial commitments still did not want their financial commitment to be disclosed. And this continues to be a major challenge, because if we are not able to follow the money or to see where the money is, then it becomes difficult to identify where the gaps exist. The other major challenge with the accountability framework in 2023 was that less than 10% of secured financial commitments were reportedly investing in civil society organizations, especially youth-led organizations and adolescent girls. Again, this is a trend across board. globally for the 43 billion US dollars. In sub-Saharan Africa, in Northern Africa, the investment towards the youth and adolescent girls is still not quite there. And then 92% of reported financial commitments totaling 43 billion originate from Europe and America still. I just want to mention that these $43 billion that we mentioned, I have just said is a financial commitment in generation equality that has been secured, is minus the large-scale domestic commitments of the United States of America, which has committed 177 billion in generation equality, and Canada, which has committed 49 billion towards generation equality. And they have been able to invest this, this financial commitment. You can be able to see it in their local initiatives within their different countries. And so in terms of what next, first, we need to develop a new measure for improved reporting. For commitment makers that do not want to disclose their financial commitment, how do we convince them that it is important to share where you're putting your money so that we're able to interrogate whether it is based on really the priorities that currently exist across regions? It will also help us to close the data gaps concerning funding, especially towards civil society organizations and youth organizations. The second thing is to continue enhancing capacities for meaningful engagement. One of the major challenges across generation equality accountability framework that came out of the reporting was that youth organizations continue to have major challenges, including organizations that are also targeting adolescent girls, around fundraising, around having initiatives that are transformative. And so continuous capacity building is very important. It's also important to allocate unconditional, flexible funding towards them. And finally, stock taking and learning. This continues to be an important priority for us as we prepare for the 2024 reporting cycle. We'll continue learning across with different commitment makers. This is a very important platform for us to see how then we can improve financial commitment reporting in the next reporting cycle for generation equality. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Maureen. I will not attempt to summarize, but I hope moderators for the breakaway for the breakaway panels are taking notes, so that indeed some of the challenges and the key issues, we need to really package them in the communique so that they can inform our next steps. Another big round of applause to Maureen. Thank you so much. Now, our next speaker is actually building on what you just shared, Maureen. So what are the impacts of macroeconomics? Impacts on gender, and what is the role of gender-responsive budgeting, actually linking again to financing for gender equality? A big round of applause as Dr. Monique Newiak is joining us to give us a short presentation. Most welcome.
Thank you so much. And I realize there were a lot of presentations, so if you could do me just one favor before we start. Could you all get up for 1 second? Yes, very good, fantastic. Could you put your arms up? Very good. To the side. We're not going to do aerobics, I promise. And now put them here for equality, which gets our blood circulating, and I can start with the presentation now. Now I know I have your intention. Thank you so much. And I realize there are excellencies, ministers here, so I apologize, but a little bit of exercise is always good. Thank you so much for the presentation. I think I'm going to make 3 points in these remarks on gender and macro. First is actually building on what Dr. Maxime was saying in the beginning, as he was thanking people who are not in gender for attending this conference. My point is going to be, we are all in gender. Given the current macroeconomic situation, we cannot afford not to invest in gender. Second point is going to be on gender equality and macroeconomic outcomes. We talk about growth, but there are other elements to consider as well: income inequality, economic diversification, financial stability, performance of firms, so gender is smart economics. And the third point is going to be, we are actually not going to do anything new. We are not asking governments, ministries of finance to reinvent the wheel. Actually, we're arguing for an integration of gender equality into core macroeconomic policy. So, in any presentation by the IMF, there needs to be some economic background on the regions. I'm going to cite from the Regional Economic Outlook for Sub-Saharan Africa, which gives a context for the current economic juncture. And there we know that globally, and also for Sub-Saharan Africa, 2023 has been a very difficult year. The inflationary shock following Russia's war in Ukraine has prompted higher interest rates worldwide, which has meant slowing international demand, which has elevated spreads and the cost of finance, and there are ongoing exchange rate pressures that our authorities, member countries, are grappling with. As a result, growth in 2023 is expected to fall for the second year in a row to 3.3% in 2023. And you can all calculate, if you take out population growth, what that means for the average person. And the region is expected to rebound next year, but it's also only going to be 4% growth. Again, in per capita terms, not a very encouraging picture. I would say better, but not really encouraging. So what that means that globally, we are in an environment of what we say lower G, higher R, a lower growth, higher interest rate. And at the same time, we know that the traditional sources of growth, such as international trade, globalization, is not something that we can rely as a real engine of growth anymore. So policymakers, as our Deputy Managing Director Antoinette Saye was saying earlier, are looking for new growth engines. Again, citing from our RIO, Regional Economic Outlook for Sub-Saharan Africa, the recommendation is that structural reforms are required, investments in education, better natural resource management, improved business climate and digitalization, and a commitment to trade integration. These are all priorities that, we find in national development plans. And what I'm going to say is basically gender should not be an add-on to these reforms, basically, digitalization, structural reforms, diversification, and now also gender equality. But the point is, and this is part of the IMF's gender strategy that we launched a bit more than a year ago now, gender should be part of that. So if you think structural reforms, gender should be part of that. If you're doing a economic diversification strategy, gender should be part of that. You're putting together financial inclusion strategies, put gender into it, right? It's good to have a separate gender strategy, but the lessons from that should be feeding through all the main policy documents and be part of the main policy making. Which brings me to my second point: why is that, and why also International Monetary Fund is now focusing on that? Why should we all be in gender? I know I'm speaking to the converted. We are all thinking about SDG 5 as a cross-cutting goal. It's necessary to achieve all of the other ones as well. It's cutting across. In addition, it's a goal in itself, right? We are all aspiring towards equality, but there are macroeconomic implications for that. So maybe a second exercise for today, basically to motivate this thing. So why is gender important for efficient resource allocation and growth and macroeconomic stability? Maybe by show of hands, to see also whether you are still with me on that. Who would agree that talent is broadly equally distributed? So more talented men, less talented men, more talented women, less talented women. Who believes that for men and women, like broadly similar allocation of talent? Show of hands, please. Oh, we need to do better than that. We need to do better than that. Okay. Who does believe men and women equally talented? I need a few more hands to see whether you're there. Okay, no. Fair enough, I would say. Like, hopefully I can convince you a bit more today, and then tomorrow we'll have a technical discussion on this as well, that this is true. So the point is basically, if you slice the population in two parts, you believe men are roughly equally talented as women are, and there are different factors, of course, like in terms of economic opportunities that can help then to develop this talent. If you shut off one part of the population, then in economic terms is you're not allocating resources efficiently. If you're educating boys and girls the same, then one part is not participating in the labor force. You're not using resources efficiently. So it's really an economic argument in terms of productivity loss in the case of gender gaps, and hence also less growth, less GDP, less development, right? So one can show it in models, one can show it empirically. It's pretty much a no-brainer, and that's why I'm still a little bit upset that I saw only maybe half of the crowd raising their hand. But you know, so there are on one side of the coin, you have the obvious links to the macroeconomy, right? We were talking about labor force participation. DMD Saye was mentioning that earlier. You have education gaps, and you think about human capital accumulation. Maybe you're thinking about entrepreneurship, financial access gaps, and all of these are linking directly to the economy and economic activity. But there are other forms of equality or inequality that are also harmful to the economy. They are not as much on our mind. So we heard earlier about the need to eradicate child marriage, for instance. I know this is something that a lot of you are working towards with. And the economic, I mean, we care about it in its own right, obviously, is a no-brainer. But then the economic costs are often not as obvious to people. So one of our teams was estimating the gain and was saying basically eradicating child marriage is equivalent to boosting GDP per capita in the region by more than 1 percentage point forever, right? So it's basically, it's a huge boost to economics. And the channels are clear, right? You're taking girls or even boys are getting married early, they drop out of school, so you have immediately the impact on human capital. They're often not returning to school, and then you're thinking obviously about all of the implications for health, but what is happening is really a shock to human capital in economic terms, right? Not to minimize all of the other harmful consequences. The second one I want to cite, and I'm glad that Dr. Ouedraogo is also with us. He will be in a panel later on. A very interesting paper on the macroeconomic gains from eradicating gender-based violence, right? And the story is the same. You have short-term effects from gender-based violence, absenteeism, for instance, or less productivity, basically from working. You have longer-term impacts through child health, for instance. But then, if you want to quantify that, and this is what Razmani was doing, you find that each percentage point drop in the share of women that experience physical, emotional, or sexual violence by their intimate partner could boost growth by 8 to 9%. By 8 to 9%. So that means basically in the long term, GDP as measured by nightlights would be 8 to 9% higher if you just minimize gender-based violence by 1 percentage point, the exposure. So I remember we were doing this exercise for Sierra Leone, for example. I'm just seeing like colleagues from Sierra Leone. We were estimating, okay, what would be the impact of reducing gender-based violence in Sierra Leone just to the level of regional peers. And we found 22 to 27% of GDP impact in the long term just from that. Not eradicating, just reducing. So like it's really a game-changing policy, so I'm hearing this reflected in the priorities for financing as well. So what are we doing now with all these with all this evidence on gender and economics. In terms of our gender strategy at the IMF, and this is what we are recommending to our policymakers as well, is basically to take this evidence and integrate it into policy design. And this is really, this is the third point I was going to make. This is really not something new. It's really smart analytics and tailoring of policies instead of reinventing the wheel. So in particular, if you look at the strategy, what we are arguing for is, okay, we are continuing the dialogue with policymakers. Like from our perspective, the goal is always sustainable growth, macroeconomic stability on the domestic side and the international side as well. And we're continuing this dialogue, but what we recognize is there are also gender gaps in opportunity, outcomes, representation. They are there, there's clear evidence on that across countries, and these gender gaps could be driven by frictions, some institutional challenges, differences in legal rights for men and women. They could also be policy induced. But whatever is driving these gender gaps, they are having an implication also for the macroeconomy, so they should be part of the core macroeconomic advice. So then the question is, when we design macro policies in the fiscal area, financial area, you name it, and we don't look at the impact of these policies of gender gaps, we may unintentionally exacerbate them or intentionally narrow them. So let's focus on narrowing them, for instance. So both Minister of Finance and His Excellency the Presidents have already mentioned how integrating gender into the budget cycle could be beneficial. And when we discuss this with some of our counterparts, often the argument is, yes, we have still to develop our own PFM systems. We're at the start, there are a lot of challenges, and the argument is really, do it anyway. And I'm getting already like the look that I should be wrapping up. I promise I will do that soon. But the point is basically, you're not trying to do anything new. You take the standard PFM cycle and you put the gender as a way of smart budgeting. Even if you want, you should not name a gender budgeting, maybe smart budgeting, because you could be doing it for any other slicing of the population. Similarly, if you take financial inclusion strategies, you're looking at boosting financial access for the population. It makes sense to look at where is financial access lacking. And you heard the statistics earlier this morning that if you're focusing your efforts, then you can increase the level of financial access, both for women, but also for the whole population. Okay, finally, no, and I'm wrapping up with that, no speech without also advertising our services a little bit. You heard about the gender strategy, which means really like we are trying to integrate gender into our core function, which is the policy dialogue, which is lending, and which is capacity development. And I encourage all of you to seek, either like to talk to me, to talk to colleagues from our Fiscal Affairs Department who are here today and are going to present on gender and gender responsive budgeting, to talk what is available and how we can make this dialogue work. Our DMD was saying we did this already for 22 countries in the last fiscal year, so would be a pleasure to work with you on that and see what is possible in terms of linking gender and macro. And with that, I'm wrapping up and saying thank you to everybody.
Thank you. Just a quick intervention before we hear from our next speaker. Just wanted to acknowledge that we're aware there's some issues and glitches with the translation services. They are being worked on and will be back online very soon. So apologies for that. It's to do with the electricity fluctuations, which have caused a glitch, but hopefully we'll be back online, and sorry for the inconvenience.
Asante. Makofi hayatoshi kwa Dr. Monique. Indeed, we would wish to have a whole day with Dr. Monique, a whole day with Maureen, given the profound importance of what you have brought to the fore in this discussion. But I hope that we are going to take it in our plenaries, and that the communique should be really heavy in terms of saying all the gender issues that we've been grappling with economic issues, to the worse or to the better. If we address them, it's smart economics. If we don't address them, we worsen our economic situations. Thank you so much. So now, the last but not least is following the money. Yeah, following the money, Dr. Patricia. A big round of applause. Dr. Patricia Leverley, Country Manager, Africa Development Bank, Tanzania.
Asanteni sana, thank you very much. Honorable Angela Kariuki in the Office of the President, Honorable Dorothy Gwajima, Minister of Gender in Tanzania, other ministers from African member states, including my sister from Sierra Leone, Honorable Geneba Bangura, honorable members of Parliament of Tanzania, permanent secretaries here present, of course, Madam Hodan Adu, country representative of UN Women, other heads of missions and members of the diplomatic community here in Tanzania, participating colleagues from the African Development Bank. We actually do have a large delegation from the African Development Bank. I have colleagues from Nairobi, South Africa, and Abidjan here present. If you could please stand up so we can recognize you, colleagues from the African Development Bank. Thank you, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Good morning to you all. Well, that was why Monique asked everyone to stand up. My name is Patricia Lavalley. I'm the country representative of the African Development Bank here in Tanzania. And I'm actually representing the Director General of the African Development Bank. She covers the entire East African community, and she couldn't be with us this morning, so I'm stepping in for her. For those of you who follow development finance news across Africa, last week, the African Development Bank organized the African Investment Forum in Marrakesh that attracted several heads of states across Africa, ministers of finance, ministers of trade, and investment across Africa. The event is intended to attract investors globally. That way they can provide financing for priority projects across Africa. African Development Bank facilitates the investments. And there were private equity funds, pension fund owners, sovereign wealth fund owners, foundations, and a lot of institutional investors in Marrakesh. Her Excellency, President Samia Suluhu Hassan, participated in the Presidential Roundtable in Marrakesh. And the title of the event was on accelerating Africa's transformation for private sector financing. There were about 6 heads of states, vice presidents that were on the panel. After Her Excellency delivered her remarks, who in the audience can tell me the response from the President of the African Development Bank? President Adesina responded after President Samia spoke that if only there were more female heads of states in Africa. If only we had more female heads of states in Africa. Monique spoke about gender-responsive budgeting. You heard the Minister of Finance and the strides that Tanzania has made on gender inclusion, financial inclusion at all levels, vertically and horizontally. When we came back from Marrakesh, I attended a seminar on sneakers and heels at Hyatt, attracting female CEOs across Tanzania. And the conclusion of the roundtable for female CEOs was that if only we had more female CEOs that were billionaires, not just in Tanzania, but across Africa. So let me now start my statement by basically addressing the theme that we were asked to talk about, following the money and leveraging infrastructure financing for gender equality. My statement will focus on infrastructure, talk about women in transport, the challenges that women face in energy, in water, trade, agriculture, and health and education. President Mwinyi highlighted the AU Vision 2063. And the vision at the regional level is that by 2063, we envisage a continent with empowered women that have equal access and opportunities in all of our lives, that we all have equal access and opportunities the same way the men do. This means that by 2063, African men and women to own and inherit property, we will have the same rights to sign contracts, register and manage our businesses, and that our boys and girls will reach the same potential and equally contribute to growth in our different communities. That's the AU's Vision 2063 for Africa. Well, of course, as bankers and economists, the achievement of this equality that we seek does have a price. It's not cost-free. So, of course, with the African Development Bank being the premier development finance institution across Africa, we have various initiatives aimed at addressing the gender inequality that we face across the continent. But again, coming to the theme on leveraging infrastructure financing. My portfolio here in Tanzania comprises of about 70% in infrastructure. Most of my projects are in transport, water, and energy. So, why infrastructure? When you look at Africa's official development assistance, we all know that ODA is declining, debt levels are rising across the continent. I'm pleased about Tanzania's debt profile being the country representative, the transactions that we organize here, that we process. Happy about Tanzania's debt profile. But then most countries across Africa have to adjust their expenditures, increase their domestic revenue mobilization efforts, Monique, as well as decrease their social expenditures in response to the changing global economic landscape. At the same time, Africa's economic growth demands that investments in infrastructure are both obligatory and urgent. However, I wish to argue that there are opportunities for women in Africa's infrastructure deficit. Infrastructure is synonymous with development, right? Infrastructure is an enabler. And the lack of infrastructure, whether it's water, health, transport, or energy, the lack of infrastructure services is an obvious barrier to economic growth and overall development. Infrastructure provides a crucial role in providing basic social services for households and industry. The availability of reliable transportation, access to electricity, provision of safe water, and sanitation does have a tremendous impact on improving the overall quality of life. With respect to the private sector, private sector industries and increased productivity and trade. Infrastructure creates, the more we invest in infrastructure, the more jobs we create, and by virtue of creating more jobs, that implies that we create more jobs for women. The African Development Bank long recognized that infrastructure investments are critical. However, because of the disproportionate level of skilled labor force, the fact that women have issues with school enrollment, etc., we argue that by ensuring that more women are skilled, especially in STEM, science, technology, energy, mathematics, engineering, etc., that would increase the rate of labor market participation of women. However, because infrastructure tends to be capital intensive, more expensive, what we have been doing at the African Development Bank is to engage in more innovative forms of financing to in the design and implementation of our projects. So in Marrakesh, just last week, we presented priority infrastructure projects in Tanzania that would attract investors in the country and, of course, by extension, create more jobs for the women. But the point I'd like to make is that, innovation means innovation in the syndications. It's not just about PPPs anymore. It's not just, I'm talking about blended financing. It's about bringing in the export credit agencies, bringing in more pension funds, and all hands on deck, bringing in all possible sources of financing, specifically the insurers, to ensure that if there's a default or first, second loss, if there are losses, if a country is unable to pay, that the insurers would come in to finance the debt for the country. That way the projects can go on and again create the jobs for the women. Let me conclude by saying that infrastructure plays a key role and facilitates trade with roads, facilitates trade and access to markets, and is closely linked to economic growth and improving the quality of life for women. All the sectors that I mentioned, whether it's trade, water, agriculture, health, education, transport, mining, the more, I think, Monique, we've all mentioned that there's a general agreement that as more women are engaged in the active labor force, that would invariably contribute to increased GDP as well as provide incomes for the women and improve their overall quality of life. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, across the world, infrastructure is a major employer for women. So it is an imperative, therefore, that when we do design our infrastructure projects across all sectors, that we routinely apply the gender lens, and this is for our GRB, our gender responsive budgeting practitioners. Please apply your gender lens. When you're looking at the log frames, look for the proportionate representation of women and how the women would benefit from the infrastructure projects that are designed. It is therefore mandatory that we leverage more investments in infrastructure so that we can accelerate progress towards gender equality. Asante sana, thank you very much, and may God bless us all. Thank you.
Ayatoshi, a bigger round of applause, Dr. Patricia. Thank you so much. That's so insightful. Building on the previous two speakers, the role of infrastructure indeed as a foundation for women empowerment in terms of unlocking the potential of women in so many aspects in their lives. Thank you for reminding us all about gender responsive infrastructure development and engagement in that whole process. Now, let me also take this opportunity to acknowledge African Development Bank for providing both financial and technical support to making this event successful. I know we have a number of development partners whom we acknowledge their contribution, but also African Development Bank, you have been at the forefront to supporting the country gender equality profiles, which are becoming key tools to really inform the status of women and providing the evidence-based information for policy advocacy, planning, and budgeting. Thank you so much. Now we are getting to the end of this important context-setting panel. I will welcome, before I welcome my colleague to actually explain how we move to the next session, I want to ask whether we have any burning. It's not good to leave the plenary, as important as this one, without having, if there's any burning or any one issue that one of us might want to say, we would give that one opportunity to do so. Otherwise, because of time, I will invite my colleague so that she actually now explains how we are going to move to the next session, which is the breakout sessions. But before we do that, during the, was it Maureen? When she shared about the status of generation equality implementation 2023 report, we were actually, Tanzania was acknowledged, isn't it? Tanzania was acknowledged, and in your bags you'll find there are these two documents from Tanzania. These are examples of what Tanzania has been doing to move forward and some of the key milestones and lessons that Tanzania has actually made in terms of implementing the economic justice and rights action coalition in Tanzania. There is best practices and lessons learned during the implementation of Generation Equality Forum commitments in Tanzania. And there is implementation of the Generation Equality mid-moment report from United Republic of Tanzania. I think these are good practices, and we have the whole secretariat. They are represented here by Honorable Minister. So feel free also to connect and perhaps, if necessary, learn from them as well in terms of what can be replicated. And I hope in the workshops this will be continued. Is there any question, any burning point? No. So If there isn't, then I will request you to please then give another round of applause to all our panelists. As you can now go back to your seats. Indeed, this was really setting the context for the entire day today, and I hope for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. But indeed, a lot of key issues emerged in this discussion that will be further discussed in our subgroups, and indeed inform the communique that will be read in the evening closing session. Thank you.
We can do better than that. Let's give them a lovely round of applause. Thank you to our speakers. Thank you so much for setting the tone for the rest of today. So, as my colleague just mentioned, we are now going to shift gears and we're going to break out into our topical strands. So, I'm going to explain how this works so that we all know where to be, because there's a lot of information you need to retain between now and our closing session, and in terms of where you need to be. So we have breakout sessions. The first round of breakout sessions will be now until lunch. Lunch will be around 1:15. Actually 1:10 as per agenda, but 1:15 maybe because we're a bit behind. So I'm going to let you know which breakout session will be where, but don't worry, we will guide you if you get lost. And then after lunch, you're required to go to the next breakout session, whichever one that you choose, so I will be telling you where those sessions will be as well. Following that, we will come back in plenary into this room, and that will be at 4:15 this afternoon for our closing comments and closing session for the day. So I hope that's clear, but if you're stuck, feel free to ask anybody from the organizing team and ushers who will be dotted around. So our breakout session topic 1 is on prevention and response to gender-based violence. There's more details on the topic and what it covers in the agenda, but that session, please write it down if you are interested to attend that session, will be in the room called Manyara. Manyara is, as you walk out this main door, you take a right near the T station and you'll see there'll be another signpost that says Manyara. So is it on the screen? Oh, there we go. Oh, it's been changed since I last saw it. So topic 1, so you can see Manyara, yes, is gender-based violence. In room Ruaha, you can see that will be the peace and security session, so Women's Peace and Security and Humanitarian Action Compact. Ruaha is also in the same direction. You leave the room and take a right when you get to the registration desk area. And then topic 3 will remain in this room. So, or it's moved again. It's not in this room. Okay, topic 3 is in this room, I'm told. I hope that is correct. I'm looking at the organizing team. So we were advised that the main plenary session will be scaling up investments in women's economic justice. I'm looking for confirmation that that is still the case. Yes, good. Okay, so if you would like to remain in this room, you will be joining the Scaling Up Investments in Women's Economic Justice. That's the main plenary. If you would like to join Prevention and Response to Gender-Based Violence, that will be in Manyara. And if you would like to join Women's Peace and Security and Humanitarian Action Compact, that will be in Ruaha. Now, that's first round of breakouts. After lunch, we come back, and then the next round of breakouts, there will be 2. One of them will be on technology and innovation, and I believe that's not on the screen right now, but I can tell you that should be in Manyara as well, technology and innovation. And then last but certainly not least, session topic 5, scaling up investments in women's health. And that will be in Almasi room, which again, if you head that way, there will be people to guide you. So the format of this is choose whichever topic you feel most connected to, or that you can contribute to, or that you want to immerse yourself in. It will be interactive, they will be workshops, there will be moderators in each of those workshops, and I will allow them to introduce themselves in the sessions to save time. So you will meet with other colleagues in there, and look forward to seeing you all back here at 4:15 p.m. for our closing ceremony for the day and closing remarks and the communique that was mentioned also by Usu. So unless there's any questions, we are releasing you from this room unless you're staying for scaling up investments in women's economic justice. And then remember, you must take your lunch as well. So lunch will be served at 1:15, and we will guide you from your main rooms where that will be. So just worry about getting to your next session topic. Thank you all who have contributed today so far, and looking forward to the next part of the program. Thank you all. So perhaps I should just repeat in case we didn't get it, just so that we remember, just for this part, Manyara is for prevention and response to gender-based violence. Ruaha, which is outside this room, is for women's peace and security and a humanitarian action compact. And remain here if you'd like to be part of the conversation on scaling up investments in women's economic justice. Thank you. So let's get moving so that we can get immersed in our sessions. And the first session is about to kick off as our moderator for the session takes the stage. So a warm welcome to in-country representative UN Women, Hodan. Yeah, we might give it a couple of minutes so that you can all move to your respective locations. Remember, if you get lost, ask for help. We will guide you as to where to be, but also be back here in plenary by 4:15. Thank you. Would you like a handheld mic? Are you sitting?
Ushers, please support delegates to get to the rooms that they would wish to participate. For the interest of time, we are really mindful that time is not on our side, so that we can also start with the panel for economic justice and rights in this room. Tech team, please ensure that there are enough microphones in each of the rooms that the different panels are going to be engaging in a discussion. In here, I think it's sorted. This one is Almasi. This is the Almasi room, and it is housing workshop number or topic number 2, scaling up investment on women, economic justice and rights, achievements and sector-specific driving forces, institutionalizing and implementing GF Action Coalition on Economic Justice and Rights. So all those invited guests, distinguished guests, participants who are interested to join this economic justice and rights, please stay in this room. In a minute, we will invite moderator, Ms. Hoda Nadu, representative UN Women, to proceed. And also, for those who are remaining, we'll also request you to just come to the front, to occupy the front seats, please, so that we are not too scattered. Clement, if you are in the room, please.
Maybe I can call them the first. Yeah. Maybe what you could do is you could call the first. I can call them and then. Yeah, it's Honorable Gojima. They're here. Yeah, it's Honorable Gojima. This one is not there. It is the Yeah, and then fourth maybe Gwyneth, or mixed up. Gwyneth Armand. Yeah. I need, these are my notes.
Okay, for those who are remaining in this room, I'm assuming the rest of us are remaining in this room, so I'll really request those who are seated at the back to please come forward. Kindly come forward if you are remaining in this, if you are joining this workshop, kindly come forward so that we can begin. And as part of that, I'm also requesting the panelists I'm kindly now requesting the panelists kindly be seated so that as the panelists are coming up at the high table, we should really accord them Okay, so we have 4 panelists who will lead us to kickstart the discussion. I'm still requesting that we please come forward so that we are seated at the front seats. So the first panel member is none other than Honorable Dorothy Gwajima, Minister of Community Development, Gender. Oh, they're all coming. A big round of applause to the panelists. They are all coming. All panelists are all coming in front now. Honorable Gwajima. Minister of Gender, Uganda. Minister of Gender, Uganda. Oh, you're here. Okay, so you are representing. Okay, so we are told the Minister of Gender, Uganda has joined the Women, Peace and Security panel. So welcome. I think we are set. Over to you, Hodan. Do you have a mic? You'll need. Yes.
Thank you so much, everyone. I would like us, maybe before we start, if we can maybe introduce ourselves so that colleagues know who is in this panel. So maybe I'll start first with Minister Gwajima, please.
Thank you, Hodan, our moderator. My name is Dr. Dorothy Gwajima, Member of Parliament. I'm the Minister for Gender, but my ministry is very long also. Community Development, Gender, Women and the Special Groups of Children, Elder, non-formal business providers, and the widows, to mention a few. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Then maybe we can go this route. Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, or is it afternoon? My name is Faith Kasiva. I am a special advisor to the Ministry of Culture, Gender and Heritage from Kenya, representing the Minister, Honorable Aisha Jumwa. Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Benoit. I'm the managing director of Oryx Gas Tanzania, Oryx Gas Zanzibar, and the chairman of the LPG Association of Tanzania.
Yes, good morning. My name is Aziz Chacha. I'm treasurer for NME Bank. I'm here representing my CEO, Madam Ruth Zaipuna, who unfortunately could not make it for the event because of board meetings. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Janet Nanchar. I'm a senior economist with the Ministry of Finance of Uganda, and I'm here representing the Honorable Minister of Finance, who has sent his apologies, Honorable Matia Kasaija. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I believe that there's going to be also another panelist that's going to be joining us through the Zoom link. And this is a representative from the government of Sweden. They'll let us know as soon as the representative is connected from Stockholm. We also have, I understand, a beneficiary of African Development Bank's program on Afawe that is with us, and we'll hopefully try to also invite the beneficiary, which I understand is Miss or Dr. Speck in Nguku. If she's here, I'd like to welcome her to come up. And I also understand, I mean, this is quite a busy, a very full program. We also have a representative from the African Development Bank, South Sudan, Mr. Temba Kehe, who is the country manager. We'll also try to give him that, that opportunity. So I will first maybe start off by all of us reflecting the opening sessions, the statements from our President Mwingi, as well as the statements that were provided by Honorable Gwajima, Dr. Dorothy Gwajima, and UN Women Regional Director, but also the IMF Vice Manager who gave a very eloquent remarks on the video remarks. And I just want us to sort of reflect as well on the preceding session that had set the agenda. It gave us very interesting development in terms of where we are in Africa, in pushing the agenda forward and ensuring that we have policies, we have commitment makers from governments, from private sector, from civil society, and of course the international community supporting Africa, as well as regional banks, as we've heard from, especially as we all refer to as our African bank, the African Development Bank, and IMF and World Bank data that we've seen, as well as the data of UN Women in terms of where we are for these commitments. A lot of progress has been made, and I think what's very interesting for this session is to see then on practical terms, how have we translated these policies into action? What steps have governments and private sector undertaken to ensure that we are investing financially of the women and girls in Africa? So with that, would like you to keep those important analysis, important statements and commitments that were done, especially by President Mwingi, in your background and as you share and experiences that you have. So with that, first I would like to then pose a question to Tanzania, our host. First, Honorable Dorothy Gwajima, who is the Minister of Ministry of Community Development, Gender, Women, Children, and Special Groups in United Republic of Tanzania. And I would like, since we have a large panel, and I would like all of you please we keep time, 6 minutes, that's what I see in my, in that program. I hope we will have enough time for 6 minutes. But let me first then ask Dr. Gwajima this question. Tanzania, as a leader of the of the Action Coalition on Economic Justice and Rights, committed to promote cultural transformation, to change discriminatory social norms and values that deprive women and girls their rights to equitably own, control, and benefit from land and other productive resources. So, Madam Minister, how is the government of Tanzania actively addressing gender-based discrimination in women's access to and control over resources through policy and legal measures? And what efforts are being made to support and invest in such programs that encourage growth of women-owned businesses, particularly in the context of blue and green economy transition? I'll let you choose whichever you prefer, Madam. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Hodan, our moderator, and the panelists, given the limited time. Thank you very much, audience of this panel. Let me try to share with you in response to these good questions so that you can realize how far we have gone, given we are also the global champion under the leadership of Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Yes, we have to tell a story. And here I have some few points to share with you. I believe at the end you will realize how Tanzania is trying to go ahead with this good agenda. First of all, is our country, Tanzania, we have chosen the second action coalition on economic justice and the rights among the 6 action coalitions. This is where we bank all our efforts. And under this action coalition, Tanzania is embarking on promoting cultural transformation to change discriminatory social norms and values that deprive women and girls their rights to equitably own, control, and benefit from land and other productive resources through policy and the legal formulation and its implementation. The second point I want to raise is that Tanzania, we have reviewed our Women and Gender Development Policy of year 2000 to become the National Gender and Women Development Policy this year, 2023, and we are going to officiate it soon next year or even before, which among other issues, this policy has addressed the concerns regarding the elimination of all harmful traditional practices that hinder women and girls from accessing and owning productive resources such as land and the other collaterals which can be used by women as mortgages. So we have tried to solve this by establishing this new policy. Again, our country has enacted the Land Act and the Village Land Act of 1995, which provides for equal rights to access, own, and also inherit land. Under these aspects, the government and the stakeholders have undertaken various initiatives, including the implementation of the Land Tenure Improvement Project through the Stand for Her Land campaign. Stand for Her Land campaign, which has enabled issuance of nearly 44,000 certificates of customary rights of occupants. Among these, 15,109 were women. Wouldn't you clap your hands for this great achievement? Thank you very much. And another good story, the angle of good story is that the United Republic of Tanzania has actively collaborated with the other stakeholders to implement the Stand for Her Land campaign to provide awareness training to nearly 84,000 community members on land-related laws and regulations, gender equality and social inclusions, women land rights, women role in land governance, and why women land rights matter. So you can see how huge the number, 84,000, piga makofi tafadhali. Tunaupiga mwingi sana hapa. So you can see how we are moving with this agenda, just to mention a few of the achievements. These initiatives represent a significant milestone in promoting women land tenure security, addressing discriminatory social cultural norms and land-related issues at the grassroots levels. We are talking of the grassroots levels. We are talking of the district levels, of the street levels. For example, if you go to Lindi, you can see how massively these initiatives have been implemented. The awareness and education efforts builds and enhances communities' understanding and the capacity, particularly to women, to protect, claim, and enforce women land and property rights. We have a number of programs giving loans to women. So now we have a good number of women who are practicing various businesses, including those of blue economy. If you can go to Zanzibar, you will be able to witness how massive this implementation is. With these few remarks, given the limited time, I thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you so much, Madam. Tanzania is definitely leading the way in many ways, where we've seen in several countries a pushback. I always like to say that Tanzania is pushing forward. And I think with those excellent examples, we see that definitely there is a lot that we could all learn from. But maybe next door, if I can then come within East Africa and see next door. We have, of course, Kenya has the first, I think Kenya's first time use survey was recently released as a result of a joint initiative of the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics in partnership with the State Department of Gender and Affirmative Action, UN Women, and of course, other development partners. But in particular, I think it was a very interesting partnership that included the World Bank and of course, Oxfam International. So bringing in the UN, international finance institutions, the government of Tanzania, the government of Kenya, and of course, civil society. So very, very interesting partnership there. So can you then please share with us the main findings and how the data is influencing Kenya's care policies, particularly regarding women's role in unpaid domestic and care work? And further, how will Kenya ensure that this important survey remains financed for future years? So it's not a one-time event, but you have a long-term investments in this issue. Over to you, Madam.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I think I'm one of those students who are asked one question and they answer the other. So from the onset, allow me so that I restate the government of Kenya commitment to generational equality. Kenya is a co-lead of the Action Coalition on Gender-Based Violence and a member of the Economic Justice. I think that is very important to say. And also to say that the new administration is committed to women's economic empowerment. It has articulated a very ambitious plan called the Bottom-Up Economic Transformation Agenda by His Excellency, the President, William Samoei Ruto. And this has a couple of pillars, from affordable housing to health, to SMEs, and to agriculture. Madam Moderator, now to your question, yes, indeed, Kenya did launch the first ever survey time use survey, I think last month, actually. And this was as a result of a partnership between the government, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, obviously, which is the body that is charged in terms of undertaking official statistics, the UN Women, Oxfam, and the World Bank. They provided technical and financial support. I won't go down to the objectives of the survey. Allow me just to go straight to your question. What were the key findings? And I think the answer is the obvious. And the obvious is absolutely just like any other time use survey across the world, women are doing a lot of the unpaid care work. The specific findings found out that women spend 4 hours and 30 minutes, approximately 18.7% of their time, on unpaid care and domestic work, compared to men who spend 54 minutes, approximately 3.6% of their time. Obviously, this means that regardless of the area of residence, age, women perform more unpaid work and domestic work. Women are spending a lot of their time doing care work. So what does this data mean? One, obviously, it goes a long way in closing the gender gap, the gender statistic gap in the country. But most importantly is the data is very important in informing policy. As we speak, Kenya is currently finalizing the care policy, first of its kind in the Republic of Kenya. Can you clap for us? So that data is currently informing the implementation of the development of the national care policy that aims to recognize, reduce, redistribute, reward, and represent unpaid care work and domestic work. The policy has greatly been informed by the findings of the Kenya Time Use Survey, especially in identifying of the thematic areas and the policy options. In moving forward and beyond this one time, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics has institutionalized the Time Use Survey as part of its periodic survey. So it's not one-off. There have been commitments on investments in actually undertaking periodic surveys in terms of time use survey. The next is planned for the financial year 2025-2026, and we hope that we will follow through with this as part of the commitment in terms of, not having a one-off time use survey, but, institutionalizing it within the workings of the Kenya National Bureau. Finally, Madam Moderator, is just to say the annual time use projection and evaluation will be undertaken to contribute to the unpaid care and domestic work, and soon we will be launching our care policy, which then will continue to inform women economic empowerment, action, and policy reforms moving forward. Thank you very much.
Well done. Congratulations. A big hand of applause again, please. Yeah, well done. Thank you so much. So then we've heard of two governments, and we know that governments alone cannot do the whole business. We need the partnership of private sector. We need investments for the private sector. With that, then, I would like to then pose the next question to the Managing Director of Oryx Gas Tanzania, but I also understand he'll probably share experiences from the region as well, as Oryx Gas is represented in many of our countries in Africa. So Benoit, I'll ask you this question. Oryx Gas is working to support livelihoods, generate job opportunities for women through the provisions of clean gas and affordable gas. This effort is additionally supporting President Samia Suluhu Hassan's efforts to ensure 80% clean cooking gas usage in the country by 2032. So how can the private sector, through the examples that you have, and that you could also share, support gender equality initiatives. What do you think are some gaps that the private sector can fill? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So, yes, first and foremost, I'd like to focus on energy access, which is part of the coalition on economic rights and justice. And I would like to share a story with you, such a story that can be duplicated. I have no copy, so feel free to bring it home to any country, because I believe we are moving in the very right direction. I will explain to you how can 6 kilos of LPG can change lives. So the first and foremost thing that I would like to tell you, I have to humbly confess that as Oryx Gas Tanzania, we are doing less good than serikali in Tanzania, in terms of parity, because you stand at 37%, as you said, in terms of ministerial representativity and MPs, we stand at 30%, but still we have a good representativity of women throughout our organization, from blue collars to top head of our company, and this is the first way we are walking the talk. I have some colleagues here, my HSEQ manager Janet, my HR director Loveness, my legal head Antonia, my export manager Caroline, my marketing manager Angela. So not to show off, but just to tell you that we are walking the talk. And then I would like to mention to you that this experience of clean cooking. So basically, Oryx Gas Tanzania has been a pioneer into the promotion of clean cooking solution. And this has started through a very casual conversation with Madam Speaker in 2021, so Honorable Dr. Tulia Axon. And we were wondering what is it that we could do for communities to stop deforestation in one particular region of this country, which was the Mbia region. So exactly on the 6th of July 2021, we organized an event where we handed over LPG kits. So LPG kits, for you to understand, this is a gas bottle of 6 kg of LPG with a trivet and a burner, and with an incentive to then switch those women that are using charcoal and wood to LPG. And it has been a tremendous success. It has been a tremendous success, so much so that these initiatives have been repeated many, many times with different sponsors of the of those events. So within the government of Tanzania and outside of the government of Tanzania. So far today, I am very proud to say that we have equipped more than 14,000 women, Tanzanian women, with those LPG kits for free, that are mainly focusing on those women who are generating income, what we call the mamalishe or mamantilie. For those who don't know, these are your street cookers. So now, how can that be that a $30 worth of LPG kit, right, and 6 kilos of gas will change the life of women? And this is where I want you to listen to my story, because this is what you need to be aware of so that you can bring that back home. So basically, we have 8 good reasons. The first one is health improvement. Why? 33,000 women and people are dying in Tanzania every year because of respiratory disease, which are caused by the inhalation of smoke from charcoal and wood, spending 8 hours a day cooking into a closed environment, right? LPG will prevent that. The second thing is that how can that small gas bottle, be a weapon against gender-based violence. You wonder, eh? I'll explain to you that when a woman is spending 5, 6, 7 hours in the bush collecting wood, she comes back home. The food is not ready on the table, and an irritated man will beat her. Here is the story. So LPG and the gas story will prevent that. So reducing, of course, the harsh work, right? Spending 7, 8 hours banded in the bush collecting wood is not an easy task, right? But it also empower women in that if you have not so much time to spend cooking on charcoal and wood, like 6 hours, 7 hours, right? To get the fire ready, to boil things and etc. But you use a quicker way, then you will free time for yourself, either to work or to study or to do communitary work, but you will do things which will empower you. Then you will also support education. Why is that? Because those women, when they go to the bush to collect wood, they go very often with kids, and those kids are going there instead of going to school. So that if there is no wood to collect, then there is much more time for education. Of course, it is a big improvement in terms of women's safety. The bush is a hostile environment, wild animals, and some encountering that you don't like to do that side. Also, of course, for the government, this will help to protect the environment by reducing the deforestation, as I was saying. But I would like to conclude on this point, which is the 8th point for women lives improvement, which is about job creation. Why? Because the gas distribution is based on a lot of dealers. We have more than 15,000 in Tanzania. And what we have noted is that by far, the best gas dealers are run by women. Why is that? Because they are accurate, they work with a huge level of integrity, they are managing things like as if they were really in full ownership of the things. So basically, there is a lot that is being done thanks to this initiative based on these LPG kits which are distributed. So now, private sector has to help and support government vision and the president's vision to equip 80% of Tanzanian with a clean cooking solution by 2032. This is a pledge from our president. We have to support. How can we support that? By also joining the government into investing into the country, educating, developing our activities, and not simply at a level of 1 or 2 companies, but at an industry level. So basically, what I am calling for is that I like to be copied on this thing by my competitors. I like to be copied by future investors in this country, and I like to be copied by other investors into the countries that you are living in. My last sentence will be that to empower women and businesses is actually what is driving economic prosperity, and this is what we must do. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Another applause. Thank you. Excellent demonstration of really, truly a partnership between private sector and government, and lots of very practical experiences. Now, I would like to, we've heard from 2 governments in East Africa, we've heard from the private sector, and then, of course, I think, Africa has lots of development partners as friends who have been very instrumental in supporting Africa's gender policies and really investing on gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls. So one particular partner that is, I'm so glad to hear is connected live, is the government of Sweden. We have online, and I hope he can hear us, we have Bent Nilsson, the head of section of the Division for Gender Equality, the Ministry of Employment in Sweden. I hope, Bent, you can hear us. Can we have some acknowledgements? I hope you can hear us. Are you online? Is Bent online? Okay, maybe there's still some technical issues. So maybe then I'll come back to Bent. I thought he was online. We'll get back to him, and the colleagues can let us know when he's online. But then within that same spirit of partnerships, we've, I would like maybe now to then call upon I think the government of Uganda. I'm sorry, it's all the way there. I can see. I hope you can see me. Who is represented? Our panelist is representing the Minister of Finance of Uganda, if I'm right. And I wanted to pose this question to Uganda. Uganda's commitment to Economic Justice and Rights Action Coalition includes $8 million commitments towards women's entrepreneurship program, and a commitment that Uganda Land Fund will put aside 40% of its budget towards supporting women in agriculture to access funds that will help them to acquire title land within their own right. So, I'd like to ask the Ministry of Finance in Uganda, how has Uganda ensured these ambitious, and I must say really to congratulate Uganda, ambitious financial targets, how have they been met? And how have you ensured? What measures have you put in place? And how have you also, if I could add, taken into account some accountability measures that things are actually happening, as we've heard earlier? Over to you, my sister.
Thank you so much. I'll definitely start up with the Uganda Women Enterprise Program. It's one of our biggest social development flagship projects. And of course, you've spoken towards the target we indicated of $8 million towards this program. However, to give a bit of context, currently, cumulatively, this program has supported over 19,000 enterprises, and that translates into support to about 200,000 women, and it's still going. I think that is a very big achievement. Thank you. Cumulatively, this particular program, and it's fully funded now by the government of Uganda, cumulatively, government has supported this program to a tune of about $55 million, with $9 million specifically earmarked for this current financial year, which surpasses the target we indicated of $8 million, which is something I believe is also worthy of applause. Yes, we've surpassed the target. Thank you. Yes. Of course, to speak to some of the benefits of that particular program, you realize that when you support women enterprises, it has a trickle-back effect to the rest of the sectors within the economy. So you find that these women are supported to have businesses under this enterprise fund, And when women have income in their pockets, you realize that they will support their households to access basic services like healthcare, and also they support their husbands with paying of school fees. So you find that it also translates into support towards the education outcomes of that particular family. But beyond that particular program, I wanted to speak to another program that we started last financial year with the support of the World Bank. It's called Generating Growth Opportunities for Women Enterprises. And currently, that particular project is funded to a tune of $217 million. And of those resources, this current financial year, we've earmarked $30 million. Of course, the way this particular program is structured is that we provide development services for women enterprises, where you have business development services being provided, capacity building, so that you're not just giving them money for businesses, but you're also training them so that they become productive. Of course, another component of that particular program is the actual access to credit facilities, which is also a very good thing for women enterprises. So not only do we have the Uganda Women Enterprise Program, we also have a new program that we've started called the Generating Growth Opportunities for Women Enterprises. So Uganda, when it comes to the targets we've set for ourselves to support women enterprises, and of course the Generation Equality Program in that context, I would say that we are surpassing our own targets. When it comes to the land fund, that one has also been in place for a couple of years. We've funded it to a tune of $25 million, with $5 million earmarked for this particular financial year. Of course, the focus right now is to strengthen the land tenure system. Government has largely focused on extending land registration services outside the center, because what we realized was that if those services are centrally located, like one of our colleagues has indicated on the panel, women find it hard to step away from their families because they are the core providers of care and all those things. So when now the government is focusing on creating zonal offices, which provides access to land registration services closer to people. So when this happens, it implies that now more women have an opportunity to register land in their own names, because now the services are closer to them. And also, of course, long term, we are looking at further capitalizing the land fund so that we provide these services at a parish level. As some of you may be aware, Uganda are in financial year, in 2021, launched another program called the Parish Development Model. And under this particular program, we are providing services at a parish level. So ultimately, of course, the land registration services are also going to reach the parish level. So this particular program, the Parish Development Program, currently is funded annually to a tune of $280 million. And it looks at, of course, one of the core issues is financial inclusion that we focus on. And within the context of financial inclusion, we are earmarking 30% of the funds that we are bringing at the parish level for women enterprises. So we are continuously looking for innovative ways in which we can finance services and programs that bring the women closer within the economic development bracket. I wish to submit. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Excellent. Please give her as well another round of applause. I want first to then move to, as we're waiting to get the connection, I would like us now to, we've had, Patricia Levy, who is the country manager of African Development Bank, who was part of the setting the scene, gave a very eloquent examples of the work that has been done by the African Development Bank, especially in terms of the infrastructure. But now I want to turn to my brother, who's pretty far from my right side, from the African Development Bank, who is also, of course, African Development Bank, together with all of our other sponsors, have been very generous in supporting this, this meeting that we have, the 3-day meeting. But I want to ask you, in terms of the commitments of African Development Bank to unlocking $2 billion, incredible, $2 billion of financing for women SMEs in Africa by leveraging the bank's group regular financial instruments. Pulling from this experience, what role could international finance institutions like yourselves play to further alleviate the burden on governments to expand fiscal space, to promote gender equality, while at the same time maintaining long-term sustainability, if I could say as well, inclusive engagement and really long-term investments in sustainability. So over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Hodan. I didn't introduce myself at the beginning. My name is Basil Jones, and I'm the lead Gender Program and Policy Coordinator at the African Development Bank, and I work in the Gender, Women, and Civil Society Department. And Hodan, I would like to appreciate your leadership role in organizing this very impressive and successful seminar. Can we have a round of applause for Hodan and the good work that she has done? So let me just contextualize, where this $2 billion is coming from. The bank has a program for women. It's called the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa. It's called the AFAWA program. And the AFAWA program is an Africa-focused initiative for Africa with Africans. And the vision is to close the gender financing gap and to unlock women entrepreneurial capacity. And the mission is that we want to implement this program over a period of 10 years, but in the first 5 years, we want to unlock $5 billion by 2026, supporting 30,000 women entrepreneurs. Because the research we have done shows that in Africa, there's a gender financing gap of close to $42 billion. Now, out of this $5 billion, $3 billion is coming through an innovative program we're doing with the Africa Guarantee Fund, AGF, that is based in Nairobi. And AGF works with financial institutions and provides guarantees. They guarantee loans to SMEs. And we're working with AGF to provide up to 70%, you heard me right, up to 70% of guarantees for women entrepreneurs working with financial institutions. And the other $2 billion, which you're referring to, Hodan, is coming from the bank's regular financial instruments, our lines of credit, our equity investment, and our guarantee investment. So what we do with things like lines of credit that we give to banks and financial institutions, we have a carve-out of at least a minimum of 30% of the line of credit that goes to women entrepreneurs. So in short, maybe if time permitting in the Q&A, I can come back to the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa program, which is what the bank is contributing towards closing the gender financing gap. Other institutions are doing similar, like the World Bank have got the Women Entrepreneurship Finance Initiative. And with us today, we have two of the beneficiaries of the AFAWA program. They are working through our accelerator and incubator program. And they are Dr. Nguka from Kenya. She's an orthopedic doctor. And then we also have Ms. Catherine Nawire. Can you please stand up, the two of you? And time permitting, maybe we'll be able to, that's doctor in front here. Maybe time permitting, they'll be able to tell you how this program is accompanying them through the accelerator program and incubator program to develop their enterprises and prepare them to access financing from financial institutions. Now, coming back to the question, Recently, our president, Dr. Adesina, participated at the UNGA at a high-level roundtable that addresses the international financial architecture and how the international financial architecture is hampering or is impeding Africa's development. There are constraints for Africa's development. Now, the first constraint that we can identify is that we do not have enough resources that is channeled to Africa to achieve its development priority. Africa is facing a financing gap of $1.2 trillion through 2030 to finance its sustainable development goals. The second constraint is that and which we know about, is that the international financial architecture is not providing the climate finance that is needed for Africa to adapt to climate change. You know, Africa contributes only 3% of global emission, but we suffer disproportionately from climate change. I think this is something that we all know about, and Africa is losing between $7 to $15 billion annually as a result of climate change. The third constraint is with debt. Debt restructuring for African countries. You know, it is very costly process. So, and this also produces serious risk. We have seen African countries, you know, since COVID, and then you have the war in Ukraine, and now with the war in the Middle East, debt is increasing in Africa. Then the fourth one is looking at emergency financing opportunities for African countries. Recently, the IMF had the $650 billion in special drawing rights that was issued by the IMF. Out of this $650 billion, Africa only receives $33 billion, which is 4.5%. How do we increase that to increase financing for African countries so that we can reduce the burden on our governments and increase their fiscal space? And then the fifth one has to do with, when you look at during the COVID pandemic, the total fiscal measure that was taken globally amounted to $17 trillion, which is about 19% of global GDP. And within that period, during the COVID pandemic, Africa only received $89 billion. So these are some of the constraints and challenges that African countries are facing. So now let me propose some solutions that were put forward by our president at this high-level panel. Now, the first solution that he proposed was to leverage private sector financing. I'm glad that we have people from the private sector here as well. How do multilateral development banks deploy risk mitigating instruments? For instance, foreign exchange risk mitigation, to leverage the $145 trillion in assets that is managed by institutional investors. The development discourse nowadays has moved from billions to trillions. If we want to increase development finance from billions to trillions, we need to be innovative. And like I said, there's about $145 trillion of assets under management by institutional investors. How can development finance institutions tap into this? Maybe by using innovative foreign exchange risk mitigation mechanism. And the second solution to increase fiscal space for African countries, given the situation that they find themselves now, is to look at the global finance architecture for climate change. There's a lot of funding for climate change, but is Africa getting the required resources to mitigate climate change? Of course, the third solution would be for international financial institutions to look at their own business model in how they deliver larger volumes of concessional financing for countries. Because I think that is what a lot of African countries need. They need more concessional financing. And then the fourth one would be, how do you capitalize the international financial institutions, for instance, the multilateral development banks, to increase their capital base? Because when you increase paid-up capital, then you'll be able to leverage more funding. And then the final solution that was proposed is how do we ensure that out of that 650 billion of SDR that the IMF has raised for African countries, for this funding to be channeled to other multilateral development banks. Because the African Development Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank came up with a model that will allow these SDRs to be channeled to other development finance institutions. And the model has shown that it can leverage up to 3 to 4 times the resources that have been provided. For instance, if you provide 25 billion of SDR and channel it to the African Development Bank, the African Development Bank will be able to raise up to 100 billion US dollars. So these are some of the ways that the international financial institution can increase funding to help our countries, our African governments, giving the tight fiscal space that they encounter. But on the other hand, our African countries also need to look at the fiscal reforms and also promoting good governance, and also to explore innovative ways for financing gender equality. I know in sessions tomorrow and the day after, we'll be talking about gender-responsive budgeting. But if there should be one outcome from this August gathering, is how do we institutionalize and have all African governments, our finance ministers, implementing gender-responsive budgets. So let me stop there for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Another round of applause, please. We could all be very proud of our African bank, yeah? So thank you so much. Now, I think it's also important as UN Women, we cannot just, talk to governments, to private sector, without giving the floor to the women. And I'm so glad that through the support of African Development Bank, that we have with us a beneficiary of AFAWE, which is, this very, very innovative program that is actually giving financial resources to women. So I would like to ask, and really, thank her for being here, Dr. Spes Nguku, to give us a bit, of AFAWE, and how can the women, even the women in Tanzania here, benefit from such a program, and from your experiences that you've had. How has it been helpful? What were you able to achieve? Yeah.
Good afternoon. Many times, many of us have relatives who get unwell. And with these relatives that get unwell, you end up being put in WhatsApp groups to fundraise. I don't know whether any of you guys have had that experience. And for those who do not have WhatsApp groups, to help them raise money for critical illness, people have had to auction their land. People have had to cut down on their expenses, and as my minister said, as our representative from Kenya said, some of the women have to quit their jobs. Many people have to run, going up and down, looking for a solution for their bone and joint pain. So where I work is an organization that is called Machakos Orthopedics. We started in 2015. We're a social enterprise. And when we began, we did not have any knowledge on how to manage finances. I remember when I was chatting with one of the ADB, African Development Bank ladies, Lynette. She was asking me, when you began this business, did you do a market survey? I told her market survey was not in my textbook in medical school. And so we did not know how to do that. As we just jumped, we saw a problem and we just jumped. And so because of that, as a woman in our business, we did not know the right things. We did not understand finances well. You have to file your tax returns. You have no clue of how to do that. And so we made a lot of mistakes. And so I knew that this business, I need it to grow, but I don't know how to make it grow. So when we started this social enterprise, Our idea was that we never have a person sell their land because you have arthritis. That we will be able to treat you in an affordable way and ensure that you're able to get the best quality of care. Even the poor desire to have good quality care. When we chat with our patients who are from rural areas, if money was not an object, an issue, they would go to the best hospital, but they cannot afford to do so. So they're interested in good quality care. And so in our clinic, we want to ensure that when we treat a patient, they get the same quality of care as you would get in a foreign country, like you go to America, and we're able to offer that solution creatively. And so we have this idea, how are we able to scale it? So I went and asked for financing once, and my face doesn't really help me, I look young. So when you go there, the first thing they're asking you, you're trying to explain, you're trying to pitch to this investor, and the first thing they tell the ticket size is too small. So me, I'm wondering, I'm coming to ask you for money and you're talking about tickets. Am I flying out of the country? So you don't know, you don't understand the language, you don't understand the ask, so you're asking for the wrong type. And so I was not properly matched to the person I'm trying to pitch money to. I'm pitching money to an international organization where their ticket sizes are above $300,000, and I'm just looking for $5,000. So it's completely mismatched. And so through the AFAWA program, I attended a training by an organization that is called Transformational Business Network. We attended an accelerator. And through this accelerator, I was able to, one, get capacity building. We went through a 6 months training course, and in that 6 months, we learned about, first of all, what is your vision? What exactly do you want to do? What problem are you solving? So we're able to look through that. Then after that, we wrote a business plan so that you can have a predictable way of growing your business. And so we learned things like business model canvas. We're able to see what is your problem, what is your solution, how are you interplaying with the existing alternatives, and then after that you analyze your market and you see how are you going to best place your offering. Then after that we learned also about financial management. We learned to understand accounts. You see, when you're given accounts and you're seeing some interesting acronyms like EBITDA, what does that even mean? What does it mean? What is your profit and loss statement? And so we actually learned how to understand accounts. And then from that, it made it easier for me to ask my accountant the right questions. So when he's giving me my monthly report, I'm looking at my finances, I'm telling him I need to know what is I need a cash flow statement. Do for me a cash flow projection so that I don't have to be worried about write a bouncing check. You know, that is so embarrassing, at least for me as a woman. I think I would want the ground to swallow me if that were to happen. And so I was able to do some of those things. And then lastly, we are also able to help our business to become investor ready. And so for you to be investor ready, we needed to know what is the mind of the investor. So assuming that Dr. Basil is an investor, we learned to know what are the questions that Basil will ask me, and how will I prepare my pitch so that when I'm talking to him, it actually makes sense what we're asking for. And so we went through that capacity building. The other thing that was powerful about the AFAWA program through TBN is that we had coaching and mentorship. We've been trained, I've received several trainings from TBN in 2019 and 2020 during the height of the pandemic. They worked with us. The mentorship, when you talk about mentorship, you have people who have actually run a business, not something theoretical. Someone who understands when you tell them, I am worried that I cannot make payroll. And they're actually telling you how to see how to assist you and see how you can be able to plan your finances better. And so through programs like the AFAWA, it has been a great resource to women. There is no way I would have been able to afford to see and be mentored by some of these world-class business coaches. when you think about the amount of how much it costs per hour, it is astronomical. But then through the AFAWA program, we were mentored, and this mentorship continues constantly. There are people who, if I am stuck, I can send a WhatsApp and tell them, I'm trying to crack this thing, I don't know what to do. And they'll actually guide you. They don't give you the answers, but they'll guide you through the process, and you'll be able to get answers. So I thank AFAWA program and the African Development Bank for this, because it has helped me to grow. And just to give you an overview of what that means, since we began, before I attended this training, we had managed to attend to 4,000 patients. But then after the training, we've been able to attend to, during the same duration of time, we've been able to attend to 18,000 patients. And actually up to this year, thank you. And up to this year alone, we've been able to see 4,300 patients. And that is only possible by that. And so when you talk about how women are able to have impact, our vision is to ensure that we're able to restore function to patients. And the biggest reason why people cannot go back to work is because of disability or illness. And so if you're able to sort that out, then people can go back to doing their activities like going back to school. The women who were busy taking care of this person with arthritis can now have time to be engaged in work and meaningful work. Thank you.
Wow, fantastic. Thank you so much. Another big round of applause. It's excellent. Very, very good. It's giving the experiences of, practically what does it mean for women to have those skills and the resources, so that not only it's beneficial for their businesses, but also I think the important point that you're saying is that economic empowerment for women will further women to have access to opportunities such as healthcare. And the strong connection between that is so instrumental, and really want to say, well done to all of the work that you have been doing, and congratulate, of course, African Development Bank for that wonderful initiative that they have, and hope to see more AFAWA beneficiaries across all of Africa. I think I want us to then move forward to another very interesting partnership with the private sector, and really, something that is very unique, something that we are all, as African and I think Tanzanians, very, very proud of. And this is NMB Bank's gender bonds, and something really, really innovative. So I'm posing this question to our colleague from Mr. Aziz Chaka, who's the treasurer of NMB Bank, as maybe just to give a bit of a background for colleagues who might not be familiar with this very innovative financing. NMB Bank issued the first gender bond in sub-Saharan Africa in 2022. Minister Gwajima had mentioned that in her opening remarks, and this is something I think as Tanzanians we could all be proud of. And this is the first gender bond for the region that was listed on the Luxembourg Stock Exchange, and it was really, very, very innovative. So the question that I'm posing to you, Aziz, what opportunities do you see for public and private financial institutions, corporations, and investors in Africa to turn to gender bonds? And what are some of the key replicable, it's a tongue twister, successes for factors that other financial institutions and potential gender bond issuers from Africa can learn from And this is fantastic. The initiative that is referred to is the Jaziri Gender Bond. So what lessons do you think we would like to share with the group here? Over to you, Mr. Aziz.
No, thank you, Madam Moderator. Quite a good question. And just to start, I think this whole forum couldn't have found a better place than Tanzania. I think we are leading by example. We have great work done by Madam President, NMB, where I work for, led by a female, Madam Rosa Ipuna. She's doing an incredible work. NMB for the first time now, is the third largest bank in East Africa. It's the most efficient bank in East Africa. And she has a vision of making NMB the most profitable bank in the region. So I think that's the high level of leadership. Now back to the question. In terms of the opportunities, of course, just to remind some of you, when we issued this bond, our intention was really to raise $10 million. But the outcome of the bond was very successful. It was oversubscribed by about 297%. So we ended up mopping about $32 million from the issuance. Now, it's also interesting if you look at the investors in this instrument, whereas we say this was a bond that was meant to raise funds and to finance women-owned or women-led type of businesses or companies whose products and services benefit women. When we ran this bond, the outcome in terms of the investor mix, we had about 891 female investors into the bond, compared to 740 male who invested in the bond. So quite interesting that was. Now, obviously, you need to understand the dynamics behind that. Is it women like to support the women? Is it men need to support the female? But I think how we understood it, it was the messaging around the issuance. So I think for potential issuers, I think that's something that they really need to factor in. How do you message the instrument? So after the close of the bond, many male counterparts that I met will say, Aziz, why don't you also come with a male bond? Because when you did the female bond, we were not allowed to participate. And I was like, no. It was for everybody. So I think the messaging was something that we picked. If you look at the FinScope survey, trying to get to the bottom of the question, that came out recently, 18% of female are financially included. In other words, only about 18% of female actually use formal banking services, as opposed to 27% on the male counterpart. So clearly, there's a huge financial gap, which these instruments are meant to address. Now, looking at the opportunities again, if you talk about financial institutions, government, this is a new asset class. Gender bonds is a new asset class that has seen tremendous appetite from around the world. Recently, we did something called Jamii Bond. Jamii Bond also has a gender element to it. So Jamii Bond is a sustainable bond that within it you have green, you have also gender aspect into it. Now the appetite, the interest that we've seen so far, and we'll be soon announcing the results, is way, way, way bigger than we saw in the first gender bond issuance. So actually this clearly suggests that there's enormous interest from impact investors to bring in money to invest, to support genderless investing. Now I think again, it's not just a question of access, but the other critical aspect that these instruments are meant to serve is the affordability part of it. Because it's one thing to access it, but is it affordable? And that's a very fundamental issue that we as issuers or financial institutions or public entities need to solve that. Because if you're able to raise it affordably, then certainly when you pass it on to the final beneficiaries, in this case, women, you can actually have a more compelling proposition. So I think ability to attract global capital also helps to reduce your overall cost of raising the money that eventually is lent out to the female. Lastly, in terms of the replicable success factors, perhaps, I think it needs to go beyond just, dishing out money. I think there needs to be very clear KPIs from an impact perspective. Like I've said, these investors in these instruments, they're very sophisticated in some cases. They really want to see that this money went to the final beneficiaries, in this case, women. So you need to be very transparent when it comes to reporting. Not just who took the money, but to the extent of, has it helped create new jobs? Access to markets, has it opened new markets for the products and services being produced by women? Job creation. So it becomes quite a very clear, element in the whole proposition. But lastly, I think given the success that we've seen with the 2 issuances that we've issued, we're more than happy as NMB, to partner with, private sector where we play, but also including public institutions, in trying to mobilize, the much needed capital to close the huge financing gap, as was reported earlier with my colleague from the African Development Bank. I think with that, Madam Moderator, I think I'd like to pause there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aziz. A big hand of applause to NMB Bank. Really fantastic initiative. I'm so happy now to say that we do have online, the connection is working. We do have online Mr. Bent Nielsen, the head of section, Division of Gender Equality, Ministry of Employment in Sweden, from Stockholm. Do you hear me, Mr. Bent Nielsen? Oh my goodness.
Yes, I hear you perfectly.
Oh, fantastic, fantastic. I hope the weather. The weather in Stockholm is not too bad. It's beautiful. Mr. Nelson, Bent, if I can call you Bent.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Great, great. So in 2022, a strategy for Sweden's regional development cooperation with Africa was adopted. This is the 2022-2026 Regional Development Cooperation for Africa, adopted by the government of Sweden. The strategy includes activities for gender equality. How is Sweden ensuring that this strategy is adequately financed? Over to you. I hope you heard that.
Thank you. That's a very good question. I'm sorry that it's echoing a little. I can hear myself while speaking, but perhaps it's working better for you. So I will actually remove my headphones. I might not.
Yes, perfectly. Perfect. Go ahead, please. We can hear you very well.
You can hear me?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay, that was a very good question. No, but to start with, gender equality, our starting point is that it's in all goals and priorities for all strategies in our development work with Africa, south of Sahara. So it's in total 17 strategies. It's 15 bilateral and 2 regional strategies. And women and girls, and a special focus on youth, is the primary target group for our development work in Africa. It's hard to say exactly how much money is allocated, but it's connected to the goals within this area, which is including economic development or women's economic empowerment, peaceful societies and women's participation in peace processes, and also in terms of health and human rights and democracy work, as well as sexual and reproductive health and rights, since women are in focus in many of the other targets. Our focus in the operations is, among other things, on women's economic empowerment and also women's possibility to get access to financing and education and ability to start smaller companies, micro sizes. And that can be about small agriculture operations, often run by women, and also through this kind of micro mortgages to start sales in a smaller scale. And also in countries where there are conflict and post-conflict situation, it's crucial from our perspective that women are part in the peace processes with reference to Resolution 1325 that all of you know about. And it's also an important target in these 8 strategies related to that. And in all bilateral strategies for Africa, SRHR, sexual and reproductive health and rights, is a target in itself. And moreover, Sweden also has a regional strategy for Africa with focus on sexual and reproductive health and rights. And we work with local actors on location, for example, civil society and so on, that can give their context and also that they are able to contribute, depending on the local circumstances, in order to uphold operations that starts with the local settings and the needs of the region. And our development agency, SIDA, they also have a starting point in faith, tradition, and local circumstances. And through working with SRHR on all levels, also on a regional, continental, and global level, this all together make the operations strengthened and view on this. And we also have a special focus on harmful practices. So I hope that was the answer that you had in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And apologies earlier that you couldn't connect with us. But of course, Sweden has been one of the strongest advocates among the development partners for gender equality and empowerment of women, and here in Tanzania. But I also know in many of the other different countries that I have served, Sweden has really been an excellent partner for government, for civil society, for the United Nations. So thank you for those interventions, and we look forward for the implementation of the strategy in Africa with strong partnership with all of the stakeholders. So congratulations, as they say in Tanzania, hongera sana. I would like to acknowledge and apologies, honorable ministers who are present in this room. First, I would like to, of course, acknowledge the Honorable Sada Unkuya, who's the State Minister of Finance from Zanzibar. Please welcome her. Thank you so much. And of course, we also have Honorable Minister Angela Kariuki, who is the Minister of Culture and Tourism, but also the chairperson, the national chairperson for the Generation Equality Committee. And we're all here because of you and Madam Honorable Gwajima here. So really, really happy that you're here with us. And of course, I would like to recognize one of the key organizers, in fact, our host, the wonderful partnership between Ministry of Gender, but also we have here the Permanent Secretary of Treasury, Madame Natu Mwambuka, sorry, from Ministry of Finance who are here. The co-sponsors of both ministries are represented here. It shows the incredible commitments. We really don't have much time, but we cannot close without giving the floor to at least one or two speakers from the floor. If you would like to pose a question or perhaps maybe share an experience. So I have here Madame in the front. If we could, you need a You need a mic, yes. Yes, yes, we have Madam Minister in the front. If you could introduce yourself, and I hope we do have translation or English, but wonderful, wonderful.
Hello.
Over to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you, the organizers. My name is Barrister Uju Kennedy Ohanenye. I'm the Honorable Minister for Women Affairs from Nigeria. Thank you. I have two questions, one for the African Development Bank. My dear brother, you spoke a lot on how we could raise money, involve the private sectors to raise more money for Africa. I didn't hear you talk about how all the monies that have been raised, how it was utilized, or at least explain to us why we did not see much impact on those ones that have been utilized before now. And again, I was equally because if we don't know where we are coming from, how do we know where we are going to? If more money are raised, and those that were raised before, there was no impact on our poor people, poor masses in Africa, how do we equally utilize the ones you are talking about when it comes? Because from what I am saying, I've been listening to hear the major problem of Africa. I am not hearing it. One of the major problems we have, nobody has talked about it. If we, like my brother, I have another question for him. He talked about biogas. If you stop women from going to, if you prevent and help them, for them going to the bush to fetch firewood, and you give them biogas, how do they get food to cook on it? Have we talked about the increase in poverty in Africa? What are we talking about? I want to equally ask my brother again, if for any reason we leave the major issues, because if you come to Africa, we have a tiny line that is holding us from progress. That tiny line is some of these things, like how these white people get their animals to produce more babies, sorry, to produce more babies, grow faster, and make food and these things available. How do they get the hybrid seedlings to plant that gives them more food, and we are here dying of hunger? I was expecting some of the technical support we are getting from our donors and foreigners to go towards solving our problems, not towards technical support of training women without support for them to stand, giving them things when they don't have the major one. Let us go down and solve our local problems first. With their help, that is the only way we'll see the impact of the money they are bringing into the country. If not, everything we are talking about, I'm not seeing solutions. Thank you very much. I would like such an explanation to all of us, because we are Africans here. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Minister. And I think, as you said, it is a collective effort. It's governments, private sector, all of us working together. And I would love to hear examples from Nigeria in terms of how you were able to address those challenges that you have posed to the group. But maybe I'll let you digest that, and I'll come back to you. I see Honorable Angela Kariuki, who is there to perhaps maybe give a comment. But I think it's what we're looking for is not really questions, but also solutions, that collective, because this is it's really a meeting of ministers, just to remind all of us, is a meeting of ministers of finance and gender. And the platform that we're providing now is examples of how private sector have contributed to the national policies that our countries have set in motion. So I will let Madam Minister Angela Kariuki to pose her comments and question. But Minister from Nigeria, I would like to come back to you and perhaps ask you those questions. How has Nigeria come up with those solutions, and maybe give some breathing space for our partners from the private sector? Madam, yes.
Thank you so much, Odan, and I would like to invite you all to Tanzania, and I'm very grateful for this August meeting. I would like to congratulate UN Women, our ministries of finance, but also for gender, from Tanzania, but also across Africa. I would like also to congratulate my colleague, Minister Gwajima, for the intervention, but also for the other Tanzania panel speakers, but also the rest of the members of the panel. My quick question would like to go to the Minister for Gender for Uganda. Congratulations for all the initiatives, especially on gender equality empowerment, particularly to increase the number of women-owned enterprises. My question is, we would love to understand further. I'm sure you heard our President for Zanzibar's speech, especially indulging that our Ministry of Finance is about to embark on the GRB measures to ensure that in all our budget, we make sure that we consider gender-responsive budgeting. So my question is, I would love to understand from the Ugandan perspective, what techniques do you use as the Ugandan government, especially to evaluate and analyze the different policies and programs touching on gender, and to ensure that you have the gender-responsive budgeting, and you look at all policies and programs on the gender lens? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. I think let me then first then maybe perhaps ask our colleagues from private sector if you would like to respond, if it's possible, just to maybe expand a bit if you would like that. And then, of course, then ask a colleague from Uganda to respond to the very important question that was raised by Honorable Kariuki. We first start with, yes, please go ahead.
So I'd like to make a point to the question of Honorable from Nigeria, because your question that you are asking is actually pretty fascinating. And then it makes me wonder as to why Africa continues to have an hemorrhage of talent, skills, and energy in terms of people who are not seeing the potential in their own countries and then are just fleeing away from that continent. And this should stop. How can we stop this? Then, you know, investors will come to all those countries of sub-Saharan Africa and Africa and anywhere in the world where you have a little bit of conducive environment for investment, meaning approximately stable political organization in place and a stable legislation framework. And I'm not talking about all the rest of these financial incentives and the like of it. It comes on top of it, right? So now the real question is, how do we get the African citizen richer? How do we contribute to grow that middle class on a yearly basis and maybe double digit, right? And to me, coming from the private sector, only by one thing, is for you governments to offer the necessary environment to attract, as it is done currently in Tanzania. I mean, Tanzania, the number of effort which is currently done by governments, by Her Excellency herself that goes on tour, by the President of Zanzibar and the government of Zanzibar, who are going on tour like a sales representative would go to sell something, right? And look at the results. The number of FDIs, I don't have the number with me right now, but I'm also the vice chairman of the Swiss Tanzanian Chamber of Commerce, and we have some data. The number of FDIs are increasingly, increasing on a monthly basis. Should it be in mining sector? Should it be in energy sector? Should it be in blue economy? Should it be in agriculture and all that? So for that woman to be able to buy gas or whatever else, right? She needs a job, and she needs a conducive environment also to start her business. But it starts with the investment that is done by local investors, but also foreign investors, in order to help countries to develop and really stop this hemorrhage of young, talented African or non-talented, non-skilled, non-educated, that we have to educate here to make them stay and make them realize that the opportunity is here on this continent, at least for the next 30 to 40 years.
Excellent.
So that will be my
Thank you.
very small input
Great.
of my answer to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, Prosper. Sorry, not Prosper. Yes, Basil.
Yes, thank you
go
very
ahead,
much, Honorable Minister from Nigeria, for your very probing question. I think we need to discuss that. Yes, there have been resources available, resources provided, but how these resources have been utilized has also been a challenge. I guess I didn't use the word that we are looking for, the corruption word. I went through a more diplomatic, way of saying, we need African countries. Towards the end of my presentation, I said African countries need to do fiscal reforms and promote good governance. Yes, we need fiscal transparency. These resources can come to the continent to support our people, but until and unless at such time we have politicians who are servant leaders and they put the interests of their people first, we will not be able to solve our poverty. No amount of development assistance or development finance that comes into the continent will end poverty if there's no probity, if there's no accountability, if there's no good governance. Nobody will do that for us. We have to do it for ourselves. So the onus is on us as Africans to take responsibility of the ordinary man and woman in the street that are poor, that go to bed with 1 meal a day, rather than using these resources that is meant for them to improve their quality of life. This is why President Adesina, when he came into the African Development Bank, he came up with a program called the High Fives. The High Fives, that is, Africa has to feed itself. He came up with the Feed Africa program. And how do we do that? We need to look at value chains. Why are we still exporting our raw materials when we can add value and transform it? And that is the way we can help our rural women, most of the farmers in the continent are women. So until and unless we start adding value to our agricultural produce, we will not be able to address some of these challenges. The second one is to light up Africa. Energy, electricity. Almost 600 million Africans are without electricity. And electricity, when you have electricity, it brings in industries, you can create employment. The third one is industrialization. We need to industrialize Africa. Why is it up till now, we cannot produce a lot of industrial goods? So those are some of the things that it's doing. The fourth one is to integrate Africa. We need to encourage trade across the continent. Just if an entrepreneur wants to export goods from Uganda or Tanzania to Nigeria, we all know the challenges and the burdens that they face. And then the last and final high five is to improve the quality of life of the people of Africa. So like I said, the onus is on our leaders, on us as Africans, to take responsibility. These resources are not meant for personal gains. They are meant to improve the lives of the ordinary man and woman, or the ordinary wananchi, if I may use that, with my little Swahili. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Madam, I want to say thank you for your very provocative question. Should I give you the floor? But maybe first, if I can ask Janet from Uganda to address the question that was posed by Honorable Angela Karaoke, and then we'll have the last response to hear about Nigeria, what Nigeria government is doing. I'd love to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think to address issues of evaluating our gender concerns within Uganda, I think my response is that we have a three-pronged approach. As recent as 2019, we had a reform where we moved away from the Budget Act and we launched the Public Finance and Management Act of 2015. And within the law, it's now a requirement for institutions of government to actively address issues of gender and equity concerns. So what happens is, in terms of actual execution, is that in Uganda, we are currently implementing the program-based budgeting. And within this context, one of the key requirements for institutions is that they are supposed to clearly outline how they are addressing issues of gender and equity concerns. Of course, this not only restricts them to women, but all minority groups, special interest groups, persons with disability. You're required to declare within your budget how you're going to address these things. Now, beyond just the requirement within the law, we have an Equal Opportunities Commission that certifies each institution's budget to confirm that it is actually gender and equity compliant. So within the law, you have a requirement to address gender issues. Then when it comes to the annual budgeting, each institution, before they lay their budgets before Parliament, they are required to have that certificate of gender and equity compliance. And of course, when they are preparing their budgets, we've also realized that beyond someone making statements, we need to extract these gender addressing outputs. So within the structure of our program budgeting system, there are actual gender engendered outputs which they can use for purposes of budgeting, which makes it easy for Ministry of Finance and other stakeholders to track how much each institution is earmarking for gender and equity concerns. When it comes to the execution perspective, we have a budget monitoring and accountability unit, and one of the requirements for that unit is to monitor all the programs of government. And of course, within that context, they actively monitor how institutions are actively pushing resources and working towards interventions for gender and equity concerns. We also have a budget transparency initiative. This one comes in for the perspective of the citizen, to bring information closer to them. So within the context of the budget transparency initiative, we have a toll-free line where citizens are free to call in and ask questions to the Ministry of Finance directly about their budgets. So that gives them easy access to information which they can follow up with their specific implementers. We also have a budget website. Beyond the Ministry of Finance website, we have a specific budget website that publishes annual budgets for all the government institutions, quarterly performance reports on how they are actively implementing these interventions that they claim they would do within their budgets, but then also other budget-related information. So we are not only restricting the follow-up of these interventions to government, but we also empower citizens by giving them this information. And annually, we also publish the Citizens' Guides to the Budget to make it, because we all know these budget documents are comprehensive, with thousands of pages. Yes. So we publish the Citizen Guide to the Budget, which is usually a 10-page document that gives a summary and an easy understanding for a citizen when it comes to their budget. Then, of course, beyond the monitoring...
Excellent. Excellent.
Yes. Oh,
yeah, thank you so much. There's so much to share. I know that there's so much to share, but I need to give 1 minute to my minister from Nigeria, just to share the experiences in Nigeria as well. Over to you, Madam.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
I don't want to take much of your time. On the 28th of this month, it will be my 100 days at office as a Minister of Women Affairs.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. And I believe that part of the thing lacking in Africa is lack of practicality. We do more of so much talk and training without achieving anything. So much monies are being wasted. Some of the monies I was talking about, they waste it more in meetings, advocacies, technical support without finance. And you teach those people, you leave them, they wild the streets, and they do nothing at the end of the day. So what I did when I came in, I moved more on practical things. I was able to meet a company that could provide me with rice seedlings that is hybrid, Now I've organized communities. We have meetings in my place where they call women meetings of different communities. I'm turning those women meetings, instead of them to sit, have meetings and talk nothing, we are turning them into cooperatives, and we're empowering them with the hybrid rice. They will provide land, we'll give them the hybrid rice, we'll give them pumping machines, solar system to pump and do the irrigation, and then we equally provide them with buyers when the rice is ready. We provided them with rice milling machine, 4 steps that can do everything and get the rice ready, then packaging system, and then we have hubs. That is, within 6 months, all these things will be shown for you to see practically. We will have hubs in all the communities, and we've almost finished developing a portal where each country, like my brother was saying, will be part of that portal. We'll show you what we have. We get the buyers, we get the advertisers, and we equally involve the African Development Bank and some of the private sectors in that portal to see what we are doing. And this thing is not only going to yield money for them, because each 100 hectares will yield 100 million naira, which is like $10 million for each of the communities. So if we succeed in doing that in other products that we want to, it will help a lot. So that is why I feel we need practicality in Africa, so that as we are doing it, we are seeing results in 3-4 months. Within a short period, these things, I have a whole lot I would have talked about, but let me leave it for now. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much, Minister. Such wealth of knowledge and also experience. Yes, absolutely. I'm hoping that we'll use the lunch opportunity to sit together, the ministers, both of gender and finance, to really share these wonderful experiences. And as you said, Minister, how do we make the policies more practical, as the example that we have from African Development Banks, AFAWE, or then the providing clean energy to women who are in the informal sector, so that they can have income, but at the same time addressing health issues. I mean, it's just fantastic examples that we've seen, where we have wonderful examples from our governments that shows their commitment in generation equality and translating those to actual interventions and implementing, but also the close partnership that we have seen with private sector, and with, of course, our international financial institutions who are present today. But none of it could be done without the strong political will of government, and that is something we need to acknowledge. So thank you so much for all of our African governments who are present here and really investing in the women and girls of this beautiful continent. I know that we don't have much time, but before we close for lunch, I wanted us to have our principal rapporteur to just sort of quickly, in 2 minutes, share with us what they were hearing in two minutes. But before that, I want to acknowledge the members, if you can please stand up, the members of the National Generation Equality Commitment who are present here. Please stand up and we can give you a big round of applause. Without your support, we will not be able to move this agenda forward. Thank you. Thank you. Hongera sana. So I will ask Mejabin, who is our UN Women Regional Specialist on Economic Empowerment, just to give two minutes, 1.5 minutes, because we need to go for lunch.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, please.
So thank you very much. It was a very, very rich discussion, and there's so much knowledge in this room that it was really hard for my team and I to try and capture everything. But we tried to cluster it into sort of the takeaways that we want to put into the final communications. And I'll just read through them super quickly. We thought in terms of, in terms of decisions or actions that we want to take, we want to commit to continue building capacity of ministers of finance and their teams on gender and economics, and we've seen so much knowledge that already exists and good practices from, for example, the American Development Bank that we could look at. Increasing local and international spending on gender responsive economic development and gender equality initiatives. Promoting and integrating gender responsive budgeting at the center of public policy. increasing the focus of national budgets on gender equality, and to ensure analysis through policy formulation in line with SDG 5C1, which is really around tracking, which was the last piece that we were talking about. Investing in public quality care systems and services that has come up so much in the discussion today. Supporting decent work and employment through ensuring pay transparency, equal pay, and elimination of violence and harassment in the world of work, which our private sector partners also raised quite significantly. Expanding women's access to and control over land, gender responsive financial products, services, and the number of firms owned by women, which was the bulk of the conversation today as well. And finally, work to establish a more gender transformative economic system that values the people as well as the planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. With that, I would like us to close this session and to thank everyone for your active engagement. Let's continue to commit to making sure that women do have economic power so that they can then create better lives for themselves and for their communities. With that, I just want to have a group photo with our panelists, and then we can please close, and then the MCs can announce where we'll be having lunch, and after lunch, where do we need to then come back to the next panel sessions. Thank you.
Thank you. So photographers, if you can come forward for the official photo with the panelists. Maybe to save time, if you don't mind, I will give some logistical announcements whilst the photo is being taken and make sure I'm not in it. So we have come to lunchtime now. Everybody should have received a lunch coupon that looks something like this. If you haven't got one, please just notify me or another member of the organizing ushers that you will see dotted around the room. You need to go to floor number 1. There is a restaurant. As you exit the lifts, you take a right to the Zafarani restaurant, which is where lunch will be served. You must present this ticket. However, all honorable ministers, you are cordially invited to a private dining on the same floor. You will sit together, so when you come out of the lift, you take a left. So any ministers that are representing your respective countries from across the continent, please ensure you take a left, but we will be there to direct you if you get lost. After lunch, we go back into breakouts. There are 2 more session topics. So let me just update you on where to go for what. This main plenary room will be focusing on tech and innovation. So please come back to this room if you are wanting to join the discussion on tech and innovation. It will be a great one, no doubt. So please come back here. Please be back in the room by latest, if we can. I know we're a bit behind, by 2:15 if you can, 2:20 latest, so we can catch up on our agenda. For those looking to join the discussion on women's health, that will be in Manyara, which is back where the tea break is. Of course, we'll be there to guide you. So there's only 2 breakout sessions after lunch, after which we come back to this room for plenary at 4:15. So I hope we're all good. If you need further guidance, please ask. Have a lovely lunch. See you by 2:15, 2:20. Make sure you're back in this room or Manyara for for tech and innovation and women's health. Thank you all, and thank you once again to our panelists for a very insightful discussion. One more announcement. The Honorable Minister's lunch